do this anyway. Just need to pump a lot of water. Pump a lot of water. Oh, man. Whew. All right. Sorry, folks. I just wanted to make sure everything was running correctly. Okay. There's that. Okay. Right. Outstanding. Alrighty. Think we're firing on all cylinders. Ah, awesome. Great. We're firing on all cylinders. Great. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Commissar Hecht, and welcome to another edition of Supporter Gift Painting. We are about to do the Chimera, um, the Warrior of Chaos Chimera. Really excited about that. We are currently I got the paints for it, and we're gonna have to experiment a little bit um, with the purples because the this is for Eliza Crown. Uh, Eliza is had requested it to be a purplish blue, so I had to kind of figure out. I put this on the right way? Yeah. Why is it not? Oh, is the tail gonna be a problem? The tail's the hell did that work out? Hold on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's that. Okay. This is why we dry fit, folks. It's like that. This is why we dry fit, folks. This is why we test things out before we paint. Because if something was to screw up, you know, I would be very upsetty spaghetti. All right, cool. So that's how this is going to work. So that's how this is going to work. All right. Cool. Excellent. Let's get this going. All right. By the way, I'm still getting over my cold. Whatever the hell I had. Oh, it kicked my ass these last 2 days. But I'm feeling a little bit better. I've got a bit of a headache, but I took some Excedrin, extra strength Excedrin, so hopefully that knocked it out. And my throat doesn't feel like I'm swallowing razor blades. Huzzah. Oh, why did that shut off? That's weird. All right, well, that was weird. My DM camera shut off real quick for like 2 seconds. That was weird. Weird. Don't know why he did that. Really weird. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, we're gonna... The paint that she wanted is like this... Rotate, put this camera up. Is this... kind of this purplish blue. So we're gonna have to play around. Now, I do have some purples that I can kind of dork around with. I have... Is this one opened? No, that one I just bought. Well, I thought I had it. No, because I used it. I used it for that. I'm going nuts. I thought I had it. Hang on. It's that meme with the orc. Wait a minute. I literally just used it. I used Purple Son of Xerius the other day. Or Xerius Purple. Hold on. No, because that's Carroburg Crimson. Nagaroth. What? Oh, maybe I did use Nagaroth. Nagaroth Knight. No, no, it is open. Okay. Holy hell. I thought I was going nuts. Oh, that is thick though. Let's do some minor restoration on this. So I have an idea for this model. Anyway, so Eliza wants the bluish purple to be the Manticore, or not the Manticore, to be the Chimera. If I can get it to want to focus. So I have an idea about um, how I'm going to do this. I'm either going to use Nagaroth Knight and maybe some uh, Xeris Purple, because Nagaroth Knight, right? If you is like some of the darker parts, right, of the model, and you barely can tell a difference, right? You've got this is Nagaroth Knight right here. It's almost like a darkish purple, right? And then obviously Xeris Purple is Xeris Purple. So Xeris Purple is like this. It's almost like Nagaroth Knight is like a darker hue, um, purple kind of a color than uh, Xeris. Xeris is more of an actual purple. So what I think I'm gonna do, okay, is um, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix the two. I might do a test piece and see what that looks like. I might do it on the wings, because I can always paint black over it. Or I might do the underbelly and just like see both sides and see which one I like the best and figure it out from there. I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to do both and just water it out a little bit. Oh, I need to refresh these paint pots. Holy crap. I just realized that. These paint pots are looking kinda rough. Let me do these water pots real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Oh, and then I'll go grab my music. Oh, and I gotta do my push-ups, because I didn't work out yesterday because I felt like utter garbage. So let me go do that real quick, folks. I feel like push-ups. Excuse me, buddy. And for that, we have to make sure we document it, because if I don't do it, it don't count. It keeps me honest. Alright. Oh, let me turn off the water. I'm wasting water. And the whole reason why I'm documenting my workouts, documenting every time I do push-ups and workouts and all that stuff, is for those that don't know, I'm going to CLC literally next month. And I've been trying very hard to be better and get ready for it. So, alrighty, let's do this. Alright, 20 down. Do that in another 15 minutes. Alright, Tiny Gray. Doing alright? Still getting over a cold. Oh, Yarrick, you're sitting on Brianna's Barbies. Oh, I know. Yeah, still getting over what the hell I had. I don't necessarily know, what the hell I got, but it knocked me out on Wednesday. I'll tell you that much. It's okay. The thing is, I have to do something, right? I have to still be fit and healthy somehow. It just sucks because yesterday was bad. I mean, I was good enough to stream, but like my I couldn't really talk a whole lot. My throat still felt like swallowing razor blades, and um, it just sucked. It really did. It was not pleasant to say the least. Um, so yeah, it really did suck. Um, but I got over it, and I'm on the mend. So we're gonna rock it out. That sounds horrible. So okay, so basically what happened was I'll tell I'll quickly talk about it, and then we'll get to painting. So my daughters got sick, then my wife. My wife was having a bunch of sinus pressure and um, uh, sinus pressure draining, post nasal drip, so draining in the back of the throat, uh, nose like coughing fits, and then her nose was kept on running, right? And then for me, it was that was all Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday night, I woke up, or not I woke up, I was laying down and I started feeling dizzy. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but I'm not gonna stream. And then in the middle on Tuesday night, I started having coughing fits. But then when I woke up, my throat was dry, so I tried to drink a bunch of water, and it absolutely hurt. It felt like I was swallowing razor blades. And I kept on coughing. I kept on hacking up a little bit of phlegm, but not like a whole lot. Um, so I went through Ricola, which is like a cough drop, like it was nobody's business. And when I finally did lay down, I had like the cold sweats and the chills. But in the on the morning of Wednesday, I didn't have a fever, so it just sucked all around. And then last night, I couldn't sleep um, for the life of me. I think I finally went to bed by. Hold on, actually, my Fitbit will tell me when I went to bed. Just because I remember going to bed like around 2 or 1, something like that. But then I think I kept waking up. Yeah, I napped a little bit. I napped between 11 to 12, 12:30, and then I woke up, and then I finally went to bed by 1 to 1 to 3. Kept on waking up, and then I finally got up by, I don't know. I stayed in bed until around 8 o'clock today. I was just not having it. I was not having it at all. Child germs, even the grandfather's afraid of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nurgle had my ass. Trust me. Hey, it could only get better from here on. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Okay. All right. Um, it's about to be 12. We haven't even started yet. You know what? It's about to be 12. Let's just do another set of 20. That way we can do it every hour on the hour. And I'll rock, and then we'll start this painting. And then we'll rock it out. All right, so let's just rotate that around. Pick that up. Put that right there. All right, now get up. Excuse me, Yark. The Yark is like literally right at my chair. I'll show him. I'll show you guys when I get back in the seat. Another 20. Easy, easy, easy. And as promised, there's my buddy. Oh, here's my pal. Here's Puppercam. Here's Yark, sitting literally right next to my chair. He's just the goodest boy. All right, back to painting. Or let's start painting. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Hi. Alrighty. Now. All right, we're gonna test paint two sides and see which purple is more fitting comparatively. Normally I don't do this. I just kind of go with my gut, but I want to get it as close as possible without screwing it up. Okay. Now, one side is going to be Xeris purple, And then the other side is going to be Nagaroth Knight. And we'll see what that looks like. I can kind of already see, I think, what I'm going to go for. Yeah, I can kind of already see what I think I'm going to go for. I think we've made a very, 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 very clear decision on what I think I'm going to go for. Let's for the sake of science. Oh, that's Xeris again. Whoops. Well, we actually are going to need that to mix, just in case it didn't turn out the way I wanted it. Oh, maybe the Nagaroth Knight will be the one we pick. That might. We'll see. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Let's just add another coat. Let's see what that does. All right. So here's the dilemma, right, guys? Okay. If I can get the light to cooperate. No. Let's try that. Nope. Fuck. All right. If I can get this light to Aziz light. If I could get the light to cooperate with me. Maybe. No. No. Too easy. Okay, so. All right. Come on. God, dude. Come on, figure it out. Oh, my lord. Oh, there we go. All right, so this side is Xeris purple, and then this side is Nagaroth Knight. Now, in comparison, we have this particular model right here. So I'm thinking the Xeris purple is probably going to be the better of the two, because it's a lighter color, right? And I mean, it's somewhat easily spreadable, and I can kind of highlight the haunches and whatnot. We can still do the blue. But then you've got this darker purple royal color. So that's that's Nagaroth, and that's Xeris, as you can see. And you see kind of what I'm going with? I could probably mix them and see what that looks like. Because that's Nagaroth. You know, I think we, now that I'm looking at it, I think we'll go with the Xeris. Let's mix it and see what that looks like. And we'll do the top this time. This is the part that I like about doing these supporter gifts, is that it's challenging me and pulling me out of my comfort zone in order to get to a more successful place. We're going to do it right here. I think we found our color. Yeah, I think we found it. Yeah, it's going to be a 1-to-1 mix. I think we found it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I think we found it. So, let's get back over here real quick. Oh, God, come on. Fucking focus, my dude. Speaking of color, how do you come up with color schemes for your miniatures if you don't use the GW scheme? No, I use GW paints. I just develop the color scheme the way I think of it. Like, like I still use Games Workshop paints. I'm. Or are you asking how I came up with the color schemes? Like if I'm not using the generic, like Imperial Guard uniform color schemes. All right, let's get back to here. Well, for my guardsmen, it was kind of easy. It was historically based. Um, my hand. Hold on. Oh, hold on. My hand's locking up. Yeah, for my guardsmen, it was easy because I just used the historical representation of security forces, of Air Force security police, back in the Vietnam era. So it was kind of a foregone conclusion. Once I realized that they were going to have berets, I was just like, oh, that's a no-brainer. Oh, now see, I don't know. All right, we're gonna see because it looks. I think okay. I think we'll do a 1-to-1 mix. We got to trust the process. Maybe a little bit more teal. Well, no, teal's going to be in the highlighting, from what I can see. Teal's going to be in the highlighting. It's the base color of the skin. Actually, hopefully she's still online. If she's online, I will take a picture and she will tell me. Because Because trusting the process is one thing, but this is a gift, so we gotta do it right. Ah, all right. I currently face a small issue. I'm trying to work on my Space Marines, but I don't like my current color scheme, and that's like the third or fourth iteration. I'm currently I'm currently at a desaturated green, but it feels like nothing great feels like, and now I'm kind of stuck. Hold on, I'll give you an answer to that. Oh, well, I should probably turn off the flash. All right, that, that. Okay. Hold on. I just need to write this out. Debating. All right. Okay. All right. So you're kind of getting stuck with some greens. Hopefully she answers. You're kind of getting stuck with some greens. Um, so for your Marines, what I would do is I would ask the question first of what role do these Space Marines have? What is the chapters? Because sometimes in order for you to build an army, you have to kind of lay the groundwork of what that army is, right? And here's the thing about Space Marines. Really, any army within the Imperium, and really we're going to talk about through the lens of the Imperium. Um, really, any army at all, right? When it comes to the uh, um, when it comes to the Imperium, is what specifically are your Marines designed for? And develop, if you theory craft and develop the storyline of your Marines, then it kind of then it helps you with the design language of your Space Marines and the painting of your Space Marines. Um, there have been plenty of homebrew Space Marine chapters that um, I think benefit from designing what the Space Marine Legion does, or sorry, what that chapter does, uh, and it gets communicated through the paint scheme, versus um, you you have an idea of what your Space Marine chapter is, or whatever the case might be, and then because you're limited on paints or whatnot, you just paint whatever, right? There's both have happened at the same time. I think if you're stuck on a scheme, and if you're not satisfied with the paint scheme, then you um, then ask, right? Then you ask. That's what I would do. Hopefully she answers. All right. Well, while we're waiting, I guess what we can do is we can start with the heads, because the heads are going to be the easiest part, I think. Sort of. No, because I mean, there's a that the tail is a very purple. Oh, we could probably get rid of it. We could probably get away with the purple. Probably get away with the purple. Yeah, we could probably get away with the Xeris purple on that one. And that's almost like a Screamer pink too. Hard question. I mean, I only have some bullet points. I just kit bashing stuff and trying to make sense of it later. Well, you can do that, but you will run into a problem where the design choice or the logic of that uh, you know of that through kit bashing, that's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. Um, but again, I think you've got an idea. You just got to figure it out. All right. So this will be a dry brush of a very light blue, bluish green almost. They're a renegade Primaris warband that rejects the Imperium, but follows the Emperor. Scavengers by nature. They steal armor, a gene seed from loyalists and traitors alike. Recruit for those they judge worthy. They mismatch armor. Stripped of hell. They act as the Emperor's executioners. Okay, so uh, similar to like the Carcharodons, where um, a lot is not known. It's kind of like the same vein of the Carcharodons, where a lot's not known about them. They only like uh, they only do uh, they don't necessarily act with the High Lord's blessings. Um, they they kind of do what their own thing. They don't necessarily uh, uh, any sort of authorization that they have is very old. Um, uh, it's piecemeal. I mean, obviously, there's more lore to the Carcharodons, but I would put that under the same vein as that. Okay, all right. Where was that Screamer Pink? There we go. Oh dear, that needs to get refreshed. Here we're gonna. Oh, my hand. So, if I were going to do a semi-renegade or an outcasted Primaris um, moral ambiguous uh, uh, army, what I would do is use like loyalty ambiguous army. What I would do is uh, go. Oh, that's a good question. Um, that's a really good question. I would. I would go. I would go brown almost. Brownish, burntish metal. Almost like the Minotaurs, but uh, I would go if I was to pick a kind of a color scheme, I would go a brownish, burnt bronze slash tarnished color. Um, that's kind of what I would do. Uh, because um, you've got that kind of that element of disrepair going on. Um, you know, I would do some grays, but I wouldn't be leaning kind of too heavily into it. I would try. If again, I would think it'd be more uh, kind of more. I am liking this pink though for the head or for the tail. I'm gonna have to like blend this in a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Because the Carcharodon scavenge, same with like with like the Minotaurs. Um, I don't know. Ooh, that's a tough call. Yeah, and then it blends into the pink. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at this for reference. Okay, I'll just put that right here for right now. Black is a bit generic. I would say, though. I would say good call. Yeah. It's okay. You have a model to paint. I would have to think about it. I really would. I would have to think about it, but I would go with more darker, not forsaken colors, right? Because brown can be a very, very good color. But I would go with more darker colors that are like allocated to disrepair or disuse. Dark browns, rusty reds. Um, Give me a second. I need to drink BRB. Okay, yeah, all right. Speaking about a drink, I need mine. Oh, she might be asleep. Damn it. I'm not going to be able to get much done today. I was hoping to. That's the last time she replied when I put out a message for her. Oh, so she probably just did go to sleep. Damn. All right, sorry, I'm back. No, 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 that's fine. Need to make sure my cat isn't trying to eat the tea mix again. It's all right. My cat doesn't do that. Luckily. Ah. Never happy with the result because never really tried white, brass, three different greens. Never happy with the result. Well, okay. So if you've got the backstory and you've tried other colors, I would again, I would, I would try and focus on something that maybe you've wanted to use, right? And then go with that, and then see what that looks like. Now, it may not work, um, but that's what kind of painting models is that you have to set a few models aside as kind of like the test painting, the sacrifice, as it were, to ensure that what you're wanting is exactly what you want to get. take pictures of this too. So we can use this as progress. All right. As we're waiting for that to happen, okay, excuse me, sorry. All right, as we're waiting for that, for Eliza to input her request, right? We managed to get a tank pretty cheaply off of a bit swap. And a basilisk as well. So we're going to put this tank together real quick, finish it up, and get this done. Yeah, it was a pretty decent trade. Well, it was from a marketplace, uh, and I got lucky. Oh, okay, good. Just got really lucky. Tanks, fuck yeah. Yeah, I do want to work on the Chimera, but I don't. What I'm desperately do not want to do is kind of go full steam ahead and then screw it up. So while I'm waiting for the input, we'll just finish this tank. And, it's not bad. It's a little beat up, but it's just missing the back of that and the sponsons. And that's what I got. I got sponsons. Let me get the directions real quick. Oh, I thought I saw some lemon rust there. Nuts. Lemon rust. There we go. There's the demolisher. Old style. Just want to put the sponsons together real quick. Yeah, so we're just going to finish this tank real quick. Hopefully she replies. If not, I've got other stuff we could do. I was just really hoping we could kind of press forward with this Chimera. I just don't want to. I really just don't want to screw it up, um, and give somebody a bad gift, bad product. Just one of those things where, I, you know, I want to take pride in the work that I do and make sure that it matches what they want. All right. That's not it. There we go. I knew I had it. I knew I was doing it kind of a little bit backwards. Why are my hands locking up? I know I'm hydrating. I know I'm hydrating. Oh, god damn it. There we go. It's one thing I don't like about sponsons is that they're super fiddly when they don't want to work. Hi, how am I feeling? I am feeling okay. I am feeling okay. I'm feeling a hell of a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday I was feeling like absolute crap. I could still hear the sickness in your voice. I know. It's okay. All right. Okay, one sponson done. We're gonna need to do 20 push-ups. When does daylight savings finish for you? Oh, actually, that's a good question. I think it's in March. Hold on. I'll find out. Or we spring ahead. Stupid, really. March 9th. Oh, no, that was last year. March 8th. March 8th. I hate it. I hate daylight savings. Absolutely hate it. Stupidest thing ever. Okay, I have a faction question. Hold on. Save the faction question. I got to do my push-ups. Have to do my push-ups. So I got to do 20 of them. Ugh. Ugh. All right. Got to do my 20. Yark. All right. Aye. And as promised, there's Puppers. Pupper Cam. Nark is a sleepy boy. Pupper Cam. Pupper Cam. Nark is very much asleep. All right. I did 20. I did 20. I promised I did 20. Oh, thank you for the sub. For the gifted sub. Fuck ads. Honestly, man, if we could hit 40 subs, that'd be amazing. That would be amazing. That really would be cool. End of the month's not much money for me. No, no, no. It's all right. I mean, the movie of it is cool. Commissar, what's it called? Do your thing. Upgrade my role to disco. You're, well, if you're, hold on. Hold on. If you are, oh, hold on. Speaking about roles, hold on. Now I gotta do that. Now I gotta double check. No, you should only be veteran trooper. Veteran trooper is like that's one above platoon, and white shield is just you just joined. Yeah, and you're a Twitch subscriber. You're a tier 1 Twitch subscriber. I got to figure out how to do those bonuses. Yeah, I just got to figure out the bonuses for all that stuff and then that's it. But hey, Quackaball, how are you? All right. Okay, that sponson's done. Ah, shit. Oh, well, I'm so glad you're dating tiny gray people. Good to get back on the horse. Where is that other piece? It's right there. Initiate 5-year-old teasing mechanisms. Yeah, we're just waiting for Eliza to reply before I continue on with the Commissar. I said I have a faction question. Yes, yes, yes. I will gladly answer a faction question. Sorry. They were out. Damn. Well, you know, can't win them all. Okay, so what Space Marine faction are you leaning towards? Okay. Salamanders and Grey Knights. I really love the Grey Knights. Their cool background is that they were the final chance to end the wars, but I've heard playing them is especially hard, especially for beginners like me. Well, they're not. It's not hard. Don't think of it in terms of that. Um, they're Space Marines in general are the quote unquote easier of factions to play because they're very forgiving, right? You don't need a whole lot of um, fine tuning strategy when it comes to um, Space Marines because um, unlike other factions where we're just gonna have to, damn it, we're just gonna have to hold that in place. Unlike other factions where, um, for example, if you do not have a really good shooting phase in, okay, yeah, I'll explain it that way. All right, so Space Marines are a decent all-around faction. They're good at shooting, they're good at close combat, and they're good at surviving shooting and close combat. The um uh the other factions are only really good at either one or the other, and sometimes if you have a bad turn, that really can set you back as a player. The Grey Knights and the Salamanders, or what differ from the Grey Knights to the Salamanders is the Grey Knights have a um, they're they're more expensive because of what they can do. Um, your standard Space Marine can only do your standard Space Marine can only do so much. You know, when it comes to their abilities and their weapons and all that stuff. Whereas a Grey Knight has the ability to use their um, uh, use their psychic powers more often, and they've got better weapon choices. Um, so it's a lot of more forgiving for a beginner because their formation and strategy almost the same as other factions. Um, yes and no. Uh, yeah. How am I gonna how to explain this? Um, you're going to have less. You are definitely going to have less than other factions if you do Grey Knights. Um, but the difference is that I think you'd have one less squad of Grey Knights versus a squad of Space Marines. Oh my lord, boy! Don't mention your nerd hobbies until after. No, no. See, I have to disagree with you. You got to be upfront. Have to be upfront. Have to be upfront when it comes to your passions, because you don't want somebody to feel like they're. It's got to be natural, right? It's got to be natural when it comes to um, when it comes to uh, um, talking about hobbies, right? Um, you know, don't just be like, you can. Man, I did don't. Yeah, no, I don't. I would rather be open about it. Rather be open about it. If you talk about it, fine. If not, that's okay too. But yeah, I wouldn't. My situation was a little different. Uh, uh, with me and my wife. um, my situation was a lot different actually. Uh, there was no conversation. It was all discovery, all at once. Uh, but in my humble opinion, it is rather it was rather or it is rather better to be honest and true to yourself uh, than to be pretend to be something different. That's my opinion on it. Ooh, don't do that. That's cancer. Ooh, that's cancer. Ooh, don't do that. Drinking 3D resin printing. That's ew, that's a choice. Yeah, not every girl. Again, mine. You know, the missus. There was no mystery when it came to me. I was very much. Okay, I'll tell the story. So, uh, this was right. I think I told the story about. Um, I think I told a story about how I met Caitlin. Uh, but I'll tell it again. So I was stationed at RAF Lakenheath. I we're at a different stage in time. Let's not forget how your ancient age. I am not ancient. I am not ancient. Uh, I am. I am. What's it called? Venerable. I am venerable, not ancient. Plus, again, I prefer truth over you know be true to yourself. In my case, no, these glasses were Mark ones. I have ye old man cough. That is because of the burn pits. That is cancer. I'm just letting you know. I'm just waiting for the day where they find out I have a large lump in my lungs, and then I can cash in my disability. Cancer is miserable. Well, okay, so I make the joke about the burn pits, but it is actually true. For those of you that don't know, um, uh, burn pits are basically uh, there are certain things that you have to burn in order to destroy, right? They are literally marked in Army field manuals, in Air Force manuals, in Navy manuals, in Marine manuals. Um, there are certain things that require you to burn them in order to destroy them. Expired ammunition, expired um, expired ammunition, expired certain expired chemicals, um, certain documents, uh, or sorry, all sensitive documents. Um, what else? Trash has to be burned, um, and that's for OPSEC reasons, operational security. Let's see what else. Um, Old medical equipment, expired medical equipment, or used medical equipment, medical waste. A lot of things get burned and destroyed that way. Um, it's just one of those things where, um, and then of course, sewage, poop, pee, all that kind of stuff. Corpses, if it's a dead dog or dead cat or just a dead animal in general. Um, Dead birds. Oh man, there were plenty of birds that we burned. Uh, Snorting fumes like it. I wasn't snorting them, but why burn it out in the open? Shouldn't a specialist take care of that far away from the bases? Um, so okay, when you set up a bear base, there really wasn't a whole lot of planning in the not necessarily planning, but there really wasn't a lot of primary concern, for lack of a better word, when it came to um, dealing with waste of any kind, right? It was, uh, hey, we have this issue. What does the Army Field Manual or Navy Field Manual, insert service branch here, say? Well, it says that you have to destroy. You have what's called noise, litter, light discipline, right? Uh, for the noise, right? Or sorry, for the litter, you have to do certain things, right? You have to get rid of your trash in a way that the enemy cannot uh, uh, in a way that the enemy cannot recreate or refabricate or basically no, it was just bits bags. Um, uh, Recreate or refabricate, or put back together intelligence about your base. How many people are there, what they do, yada yada, all that stuff. And that's operational security 101. Uh, so that's what the burn pits were for. Um, and then it was also for hygiene, right? When you set up a bear base, there isn't plumbing. Okay, you're not connected to anything. Um, there's no. You have to have everything airlifted to you: water, food, so everything, right? So when you're outside of, for example, um, I'm trying to think of like a really good example, but I'd have to like explain more. Okay. Yeah, I think okay, all right. I think I've got the explanation that I have. All right. So, not every base is near an established source of power, sewage, water, uh, and lines of transportation. Okay. When the United States went into particularly Afghanistan and Iraq, um, we established what were called bear bases. And in those bear bases, unless they were attached to established infrastructure, a civilian airport, um, a civilian helicopter field, airfield for helicopters, uh, a uh, a civilian army base, or sorry, not a civilian army base, but a large enough civilian field that could establish an army base. Um, so when you have that particular when the United States came in and established those bear bases, you generated a lot of detritus, a lot of trash, garbage, all that stuff, but you also had to get rid of um, uh, you also had to get rid of sensitive items that may or may not be valid at that point. Um, so the only way to destroy classified sensitive information, the only way to get rid of, you know, tr- uh, 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 for lack of a better word, waste, was they dug these pits, filled it up with aviation fuel, which had a high burn rate, burned for very long, high burn rate, and then they set it on fire, and everything went into it. Um, Now, there were different kinds of burn pits. There were sewage burn pits, there were waste burn pits, and then there were classified items burn pits. Um, uh, Sewage burn pits, uh, it was the same thing where you had JP8 or gasoline and or diesel, whatever it was, and you would burn your sewage completely. Um, and that was the only way to um, clean and to prevent diseases, main diseases like dysentery, typhoid, all that stuff, from intermixing with potable water and whatnot. Because again, you didn't have plumbing, right? If you were in the middle of a valley or on top of a valley in the mountains of Afghanistan, um, there were no plumbing supplies there. You had porta johns, and then you had uh, uh, or you had open ground latrines that would loosely feed into the burn pit areas, and then that was it, right? And then that that was the that was how it worked. Um, and um, it's one of those things where burn pits were used for a myriad of reasons. And the places I was at, Manas, Kyrgyzstan, they had a burn there. Well, they had the places I was at had industrial incinerators by the time I got there, but they were burn pit areas. Manas, Kyrgyzstan had an industrial incinerator that was still functioned as a burn pit. You could smell it every day, or almost every day. Um, Djibouti, Africa had a industrial incinerator, and Qatar had an industrial incinerator. On top of the fact that you also had the Qatari um, burn pits that were off base. There was a junkyard off base right next to uh, the base, and they would constantly be burning tires. You could smell the burning rubber. You could just taste the air at some points. If the wind blew a certain way, you would literally taste the air, and it would be the smell of burning rubber. It gave a lot of people headaches. Um, so yeah, we had an industrial incinerators, but we still hail in fumes. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And you could always tell especially in Djibouti, you could always tell when there was a dead animal thrown into the incinerator. Um, Shit sucked. Shit was disgusting. You could always tell. Nope, no PPE, no PPE, none of that, none required. Wasn't mandatory equipment. Oh fuck, that's horrible. I mean, it happens. It happens. All right, now this tank is done. Oh, excuse me. Now we got this tank done. Oh, damn, I was really hoping Eliza would have replied by now. Damn it. I mean, so there, it's one of those things where that's been always been a constant struggle within Here in Dresden, one of the incinerators for humans is built relatively close to the Elbe River. One day their filters broke. My entire street smelled like burning humans. That was fun. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's cancer too. What are we gonna? Do we have any idea where we're gonna paint? Yes, we are gonna paint it. We're gonna paint it the standard. Ew, that's traumatizing. I mean, we're gonna paint it similar to this tank, where I've already got two two tumors removed. No issues if I get a third one. Yeah, we're gonna paint it similar to this, where it's gonna be tiger striped. Oh, it can move. Yes, it can move. All of my tank turrets can move. Ugh, patterns. All of my tank turrets can move. Both my people are near death with chronic illnesses. I mean, as there's this one famous line that I always resort back to when I talk about my time in the military. It is the best worst experience I have ever been a part of, and should I ever have to do it again, there are only a handful of things I would do differently. Uh, uh, but I would never repeat. Um, oh God, no! It was the best worst experience in my life, and there were things and there are a handful of things I would have done differently. But in the end, I still would be just as fucked up as I am today. There we go. That's what I would always say to my airmen, because I like to give them hope. Sarcasm. All right. All right. Damn. I really don't have anything else I can start working on painting wise. Hopefully she answers. Okay. I think I got some ideas. I think I got some ideas. But hey, we got this done at least. This was one of my to-do list. We got that done at least. What can I do painting wise while we wait for answers? Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass because I think I know what I need to do. The question is, do I want to start another project real quick? Hold on. Oh, actually, we can paint some terrain. We can paint some terrain. We can do some more painting, some more terrain painting. There we go. Building a building. Because you guys haven't seen that yet. Take off the watch. I want to see that sick tan line. There's no tan line. Not yet, anyway. There's a little bit of a scarring line. Not yet, anyway. Give it give it like a solid. Give it to the summer. Give it to the summer, and you'll see an outline of this watch. All right. Well, while we wait, we can at least do. Oh, I really got to organize this a little bit more. While we wait, we can at least do this. If I can find the big brush. I just dusted this place too. Oh. Where'd that big brush go? It's not that one. I had it. Can't wait for the something you don't see every day. Can't wait for the Commissar in another color. Practically glows in the dark at this point. I do not glow in the dark. Not yet, anyway. I will have a healthy moonbeam glow come the end of summer, though. Oh, there it is. I knew I had it. All right. This is a little dusty. But we are going to get this going. A letter marking from the king. The scummiest vessel I'd ever seen. God damn them all. I don't give snow blindness, madam. I am the beacons of Amundine. I get lit and notify Rohan that Gondor calls for aid. Get it right. Yes, I called you madam. Would you prefer to me call you other things? I have a raunchy joke, but I can't say it here. Yeah, well. No, no, just unexpected is all. Ah, okay. I'll text in DMs. Ah, of course. Yeah, yeah. We're we're painting terrain right now because we're waiting on an answer, and I don't want to move forward with the chimera without the blessing from Eliza, because the last thing I need is to screw it up. Oh my God. Oh, okay. It's just gonna keep going. All right. Well, all right. A letter marking from the king to the scummiest vessel I'd ever seen. All right. I need to listen to some tunes. I'm gonna be belting out and singing because my voice doesn't hurt that much. I will get some water, and I gotta do more PT. I gotta do another 20. Gotta do another 20 push ups. Well, have a good night. Okay, before he starts, let me say good night because it's late here. Oh, oh, you didn't want to stay for the singing? You just wanted to bully me and leave? No, it's okay. You should probably get you should probably get some rest. Do get some rest. Gotta ruffle the feathers of the old man. Well, takes a lot to ruffle my feathers anymore. I sleep with one eye open. All right. Gotta do some push-ups, 20 push-ups, and then we will. I'll show you what I'm doing with this terrain piece. Aha. Ready. Oh, oh, sorry about this. From the king, the scummiest vessel I'd ever seen. God damn them all. I will Alright. So we're doing this gray pattern, right? Dry brushing, a little bit of light gray, but I also want to do this kind of like gold grouting, for lack of a better word, into the bricks, or into the inlay of the bricks, because it's supposed to be a what's it called? It's supposed to be part of the chapel. So a base gray with the grouting. So what I think I'm going to do is do let's look at some, before I commit, let's look at some pictures real quick. Decent terrain. So the last thing I need to do is screw that up. Let's look at terrain. Okay. Terrain. Yeah, it's like a grayish. Yeah, I kind of got the idea. I kind of got the idea. Yeah, okay. Before I committed to anything and made a critical mistake. Although, I guess terrain, there really is no such thing as a mistake. I need to head to bed. Goodbye and good night. Okay. Sleep well. Sleep well. All right. So I think what we'll do is we'll do the struts gold. Right. So we'll do these struts gold. No. Do it this way. We'll do these struts gold. And then we'll do, but everything else will be a gray. Yeah. We'll do it that way. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. maybe we'll do the. That's okay. That's all right. No big deal. We can always just go over it. No big deal. We can always fix it. The best part about painting terrain is that if you make a mistake, you can always fix it. I think what I'm going to do is have the windowsills as a bronze, maybe a silver. I haven't decided yet. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Johnny. Good afternoon. As others are tagging out, that's okay. That's all right. How was work for you, Johnny? Not bad. Just finished my in-office day. I got a very good compensation package. Ooh, very nice. Life could be worse. Yep, life could be worse, especially if they're giving you money. It's always nice getting monies. Lands in my bank next Wednesday. Oh, very nice. Very cool. It's always good getting monies, especially when you've worked, especially when you earned it. I'm gonna expand my pile of shame, I think. Ah, yes. Well, I'm working on my pile of opportunity. At first, we were going to do the supporter gifts, but Eliza hasn't messaged me back about like the colors that she kind of wanted. She said she wanted like the bluish purple, but we decided to stop because I didn't want to get so far. Honestly, I've been chugging along through my Necrons lately. No, I saw they look really good. The purple thing, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like best practice. Really. Let's see. So we're working on the inside part right now. It's a little messy, but there's a process to this that I'm planning. Just got to trust the process. trust this process. Have to trust this process. But I think we're doing pretty good on this gray, and I really do like this golden accent thing that I kind of cribbed off of. I forget what it's called, but there's this Japanese style of artwork that you take. If it'll focus on it, are you gonna focus? Can you focus? No, clearly not. Why would you? Why would you focus on the thing I'm trying to show people? There we fucking go. Okay, so I'm cribbing it off of there's this Japanese art style where you take broken pottery, right? And you put it back together with this golden glue wax. I think the term you're looking for is uh, kintsugi. Yeah, maybe. I don't. I keep on forgetting the term, but basically that's what I want to do is have the grout be golden all in these tiles, which is going to take me forever to get done. Um, and do it that way. It's a cool look. Oh, okay, thank you. Good. Yeah, this was like a proof of concept, really. And you can see where I overdrew on some of the squares, but I can just kind of clean that up a little bit. I just found out John Blanche is developing a miniatures game. Ooh, pray tell. Pray tell. Don't just start that and not say anything. What is it? Is there a website or something? Shared video on Discord. Everything we know about On Guard. Huh. I'll have to watch that later. Designed by Blanche and rules by Tomas Priorin. I don't know that second name. I probably should, but I don't know that second name. might not know the name, but you know his work. Okay, well, educate me. He was one of the designers of Mordheim. Oh, okay. Yes, I do know his work. Also developed Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Released when they released the Realms of Chaos. Oh, okay, all right. So like way like one of the many old guard. Like we're talking veteran status level old guard. Also one of the guys behind Trench Crusade. Man, you would think GW would have like non-compete clauses written into their guys' contracts. Seems like every once in a while I hear about like, oh, they're gonna do this, so this creator's doing this creator's doing that. These guys worked for GW, and now they're going to make a brand new skirmish game for everybody. That's solely developed by them, nobody else. I mean, it's been I mean, it's been 20 plus years since Tomas worked for GW. Oh, well, yeah, then I guess it's, I guess that any sort of not compete clause basically has lapsed. GW legal is insane, but I don't think they're that insane to say you can't compete for like literally 30 plus years. That'd be kind of crazy. And GW is not going to poison the well by taking action against Blanche. Besides, Blanche is just an artistic director for the project. Unless he blatantly uses trademark designs, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on against him. Well, isn't he still part of their like design and develop team? Like that, I could see there being a non-complete clause for Blanche. Nope, he's officially retired as of last year, I recall. Oh, all right. Retired but not. That must chap someone's ass in legal. Be like, fuck, why did he retire? Should have made him sign another contract. He's looking old and frail. Oh no, that doesn't fill me with joy. That does not fill me with joy. All right, it's a bit of a. I heard his health isn't the best these days. Ah, well that kind of sucks. All right, so this isn't obviously it's a little sloppy, but we got basically the inside of the gray down. I mean, he's 78 years old at this point. I mean, I guess that's a good run, but that still sucks. Like, it always sucks when you have a someone that whose art formatively developed your a childhood product passion. Quite literally for me, teenagehood, childhood product. Maybe frail, but he's still cranking out stuff. Well, that's good. Glad he's still kicking. He's on his third John. He's on what? His third John Blanche paint set Kickstarter. His non-sci-fi art based off of miniatures. Hey, honestly, he's rocking it. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's right. I was gonna like. He's a very beloved artist. There's people bending over backwards to help him with the personal projects that he couldn't do well during his GW years. That looks like. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that he's allowed to live out the sunset years of his days, like getting all the projects that he wanted done. That's honestly good on that. Good on that. My cynical heart isn't as cynical anymore. I seriously thought that GW would just hold on to him like a fucking piece of treasure, like a dragon, and be like, "No, you cannot compete. No competing, no creating." Because GW has done that in the past. I'm sure they wanted to. I could just see some befanged, horned, tailed, like t- legal expert of GW being like, "No, no, cannot do it." I'm sure they would equally know it'd be a PR nightmare if it came out that they were forcing him not to retire and continuing to work for them. Oh yeah, no, 100%. 100%. A lot of people, especially when you get that old, 78, you're just like, "Oh, all right, buddy. It's time to hang it up." Lord knows when I officially retire, shit. If I'm still working at 78 years old, there's a problem. Retire in this economy? Peacefully living out my days? Sir, do you know what you're living in right now? You're in late stage capitalism. You're going to be a salary simp for the rest of your life. You're grist for the mill. Worst comes to worst, I set off all my rogue trader stuff in my pile of from my pile of potential. Someone would want it. Someone would want it. It'll be my retirement plan one way or another. I'll have hobby projects that last me into my twilight years. I'll be able to sell off at collector's prices to pay the bills. Yes, yes, that's my goal too, is to finish all of my armies and then sell them off on eBay for ridiculous prices and call them well painted. At that point, I'll be able to throw vintage on there too. Screw rail painted, new, sealed, and boxed. No, no, no. I was making the joke of, you know how you see these armies that are online that are from like previous editions, and they always have the well painted. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. Okay, all right. Hell, in about 2 years, a lot of those professionally painted. Be strong, Clarence. Brother, do you love me, brother? Yeah, but in about 2 years' time, the 20 boxes Acadians, I can claim them as vintage. Vintage toys. Good night, Quackamole. Get some rest. Sleep well. We're just trying to get all this gray going because we're gonna do the something a little different with this. we're getting there. Doing a little bit of the inlays of the gray. I know it's messy, but it'll look prettier once it's all done. We're getting there. And then the rest of this is all going to get gray too. The doors, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I'm thinking I don't know what I'm going to do with the doors because I don't necessarily want to do the same stone. I kind of want to do a wooden color, but there's no grain. Like for me to do grain, wood grain, I'd have to like carve little. I'd have to like take an X-Acto knife and carve lines into the wood to make the wood grain. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I might do that. I might do that. Some more water in me. Let me look. We can do wooden chapel doors. Wooden chapel doors. Oh, see, the first thing that it pulled up. So there's the door. The first thing that it pulled up when I did the search was this, which is fantastic, right? So that's the wooden door. Now, obviously, it's going to be a little different, but I think I could pull that off. It would be very detail intensive because you have to match the kind of the waterfall patterns of the wood. Let's see if they did. Let's see if anyone did a. Let's see if they did any sort of like a miniature. No, it looks like they didn't. Damn. Yeah, there's this. Kind of like this dark stain. And I could put that right here. And I'd still have to like cut the panels. I don't know. I don't know if that would work. I mean, it could work. Question is, would it work? Hmm. Questions I don't have answers to. All right, well, could probably attempt to paint a wood-like texture. I mean, maybe. So the the issue isn't the wood-like texture, because I'm pretty sure I could pull that off, right? It's the paneling, right? So here's a pointer. So what I'm thinking is maybe scraping. Come on, focus. Okay, good. What I'm thinking is maybe scraping lines down some of the wood, some of the door to make it look like it's wood, and then painting it brown. Doing it that way. It'd have to be with an X-Acto knife. I don't know how thin this plastic is, because I'd have to do it on the other side too. And I'd have to take my time with it. It'd have to be very, very careful. Yeah. Check your DMs. All right, hold on. Freehand wood grain. Ooh! All right, I'm gonna put a pin on that. I'm definitely gonna say that. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I gotta crank out another 20 push-ups, and then we're gonna get back to painting, and then by 4 o'clock ish, we'll end the stream with a final 20, and then we will go get the girls and get ready for dinner and all that stuff. Oh, I gotta also do my laundry too. Let's do that real quick. All right, be right back. Sorry about this. excited. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm kind of pumped about combat leaders course. Nervous pumped, and I am going to be really excited when it's all over. Uh, and I pass. That's the thing. Mainly because the I feel there won't be as much tremendous pressure on me to be as fit as I. Obviously I want to try and get healthy, but I think it'll be just a tiny bit less stress. Do these push-ups. All right. There we go. All righty. All right, back at it. So, what are you working on for your Necrons tonight? Just line infantry? How's my throat today? It's okay. It still hurts a little bit, but it's not like I'm not dying, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm not fucking miserable. Yesterday I was miserable. Oy. Sorry. I'm a little tired. I didn't. I feel bad because Oh, I almost screwed that up. I feel bad because I didn't. I didn't work out yesterday, but I also didn't want to be, again, that patient zero that spreads a pretty nasty head cold around. And, I didn't want to be that guy. And I really do want to work out more. Um, but I think at the same time, I feel like I have to, it's hard to maintain a balance and motivation when you're feeling like crap. Um, and then there are just days, not a whole lot, but there are days where, you know, Tuesday was a perfect day. I could have gone longer on the stair stepper. I could have gone longer on the bike, but I didn't, and I should have. And it, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't because I was like, oh well, I'll go hard tomorrow, and then tomorrow didn't happen. And I think that's kind of where I'm frustrated, where it's like I should, in my mind, I should just attack every day as if tomorrow I'm not going to be able to do my workout because I'm either going to be too busy, too tired, or too sick, whatever, and I just need to get it done. Um, but at the same time, my workouts take a while because you're supposed to rest in between your sets at least a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Bare minimum, right? I guess there's some science behind you resting for 2 minutes when you're lifting, um, 2 to 3 minutes when you're lifting between each set, um, and not necessarily going to failure or exhaustion because that's how you can hurt yourself. Quickly going to failure or exhaustion. There are workouts that do that, um, but that is for very experienced people who are doing targeted workouts for certain things. And me just trying to be maintain and get fit is all I want to do. Um, so by the time I'm doing, by the time I do 5 or 6 workouts, I've spent doing 4 iterations of 15. I've spent, 45 minutes per. No, well, actually, no. So what's it? What's it? So like bench, do 15, weight 3. Do 15, weight 3, that's 6. 15, weight 3, that's 12. Or sorry, that's 9. 15, 3. Yeah, that's 12. So if I'm doing 12 workouts, that's over an hour. Or not 12 workouts, 6 workouts. That's over an hour of time. And there are days where I feel like I don't have that. Yeah, 12 times 6. Or no, not an hour. An hour and an hour and 12 minutes actually. All right. Oh, now they want to fly. Haven't flown all day. Now they're actually flying. Hold on, Yarek's whining. Yarek, what's up? What's up, pals? Come here, Bubba's. Come here. You need to go out? Come here. You need to go outside? Come on, Bubba. Come on. Dude, come on. No, we're not. Come on. No, okay. You just want to be in your kennel? Okay. Come on. Don't look at me like that. Come here. Probably shouldn't be doing this if you just threw up everywhere this morning. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yarek. Here. No. Yarek. Come here. No, Yarek. Come. Come here. Come here. Bubba's. Do you need to go to the bathroom or not? Come here. Come here. Feel better? Oh, I don't got anything else. Better? Alright. I don't know what else to give you, dude. I swear, Yarek is... Sometimes he confuses me. He whines, and I'm like, oh, you need to go to the bathroom? No. No, you don't need to go to the bathroom. You just want attention and treats. But you got sick. You threw up today. I had to clean up the mess on the carpet. You got sick, Bubbas. You threw up all your breakfast. We'll do another dose of pupper cams. Because he's being the bestest boy. Yarek, come here. Pupper cam. Look at this handsome, handsome puppers. Look at this handsome, handsome puppers. Yarek, come here. Hey. Come here. Yes. Yep, that's him, all right. Cause of my mayhem and destruction. Best doggo. He is best doggo. It's weird because, like, he whined, and I tried to get him outside, and he didn't want to get outside. I gave him one treat. I'm not giving him any more, just in case he has another episode of throwing up. But yeah, he's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm confuzzled. Did you ever figure out what he was? No, I have no idea. Even when I was leaving to go get the girls, he went ballistic over something. No idea. My only guess was he heard the neighbor dog sounding off, and so he lost his mind. But I didn't hear the neighbor dog. Neighbor dog's normally very loud. And we didn't get mail yesterday delivered to the door. Normally, if he hears the mailman at the door, he'll sound off. But yeah, no idea. Couldn't tell you. He was living up to his namesake and being slightly overzealous. That's all. Headcanon accepted. So I was gonna say, Johnny, are you working on just regular line infantry for your Necrons, or you moved on to like the bigger projects, like the bigger Necron vehicles and all that stuff that you got? That's what I wanted to do. I brought the iPod out here for that very reason. I got tied up in talking to people. Not that I don't mind chatting with people, but I been wanting to sing, or at least jam out to some music. Yarg, what are you doing? Yarg, what are you doing, dude? See, it's this stuff that I'm just genuinely curious about. You just trying to make your bed better? No? Okay. All right. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Let's see. Your quacks in newspapers be cutting their capers about curing the vapors, the scratch and the gout. With their medical potions, their serums and lotions, upholding their notions, they mighty put out. Can tell the true physic to all that's pathetic, and pitch to the devil crime, colic, and spleen. And I know and I think if you take a big drink to the mouth to the brink, jug of pochine. So stick to the crather, the best thing in nature, for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. Oh, what botheration, no dose in the nation can give consolation, pochine me boys. Aesthetic can give such a bloom. Mutuate of bowers and a garden of flowers can weave their own bowers, such a darling perfume. Which a rare willingly share. Taken your fair, it's fizzled and dead. So it is merited to you the true spirit. So it'll shake all the hairs from your head. And the best thing in nature for sinking your sorrows is in your joys. Use affection of doctor's direction, your terms of complexion like Pachin, me boys. And me cradle, me nurse with her ladle, would fill in me mouth with an ocean of pap. When a drop from the bottle fell into my throttle, gambled and capered clean out of her lap. Floor I lay crawling and screaming and bawling, where father and father were called to the floor. Sobbing and sighing, they feared I was dying, would soon feel I only was crying for more. To the crather, the best thing in nature for sinking your sorrows and your joys. Or if there truckle with babes in their truffle, you only could suckle on Pudgeen, me boys. Full aggression in times of depression, her impression still torn to my mind. The college, the basis of knowledge, I never could go up to with whiskey combined. I'm growing times ever bestowing, Aaron's portation of flavor so fine, where they may lecture on Jove and his nectar itself is the only true liquid divine. In nature for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys, as they writing for courting and fighting, so reciting, touching me boys. Come guess me this riddle, what beeps, pipes, and fiddle, what's hotter than mustard, than cream, what best wet your whistle, what's clearer than crystal, what's sweeter than honey, stronger than steam. Make the lame walk, what'll make the dumb talk, elixir of life and philosopher's sown. Help Mr. Brummel to build the Thames Tunnel, or wasn't it Putcheen from out in the Shome? Greater, the best thing in nature for sinking your sorrows, your joys. It is no wonder if lightning and thunder from the plunder of Putcheen me boys. Pathetic with lovers athletic, with cosmetic you can't beat the drop. Would glow to your cheek, it'll make your heart leap. It'll quiet a stallion and cure an old cob. Would Drew be reduced to a fool? Pick up your heels and you'd peel to the buff. You'd be pathetic, well you'd be athletic. Only you'd take a few drops of the stuff. To the crather, the best thing in nature for sinking your sorrows and your joys. So nothing like whiskey to make maidens frisky. Separates all the men from the boys. That's a pretty fast rendition of that song. I think the only faster song I know is Excursion Around the Bay by Great Big Sea. Because they sing it pretty fast too in some of their renditions.
more. I'll play the wild rover. No, never, no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. Right, rover, for many a year. Spent all my money on whiskey and beer. Now I'm returning with me stone. Play the wild rover no more. Oh, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. And I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Into the alehouse I used to frequent. Tell the lady my money was spent. Asked her for credit. She just said me nay. Such a customer like you that I couldn't have any day. No, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. And into my pockets 10 sovereigns going. That lady smiles her up with delight. Said I with whiskies and wells of a best. Of me only in jest. No, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. It's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. To my parents, just what I've done. Rest of ever and their prodigal son. And they refreshed me as oft times they devour. Never will play the wild rover no more. Oh, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. It's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the wild rover? No, never, no more. Did I in a public house? One night, the fireman came, face all very white. Says Brown, ever seen a ghost? Mariah, Mariah B. Buggett said he, the bleeding pub's on fire. Where was it Brown? Have a bit of luck, wherever you follow me. Sounds the face of the fire's not there, we'll have a great old spree. We was down to looked around, suppose we could not miss. We had been there 10 minutes or more. We were all half pissed. Where was Brown? Upside down, lapping up the whiskey on the floor. Booze, booze, the firemen came as they came knocking at the door. Let 'em in till it's all drank up. Somebody shouted McIntyre. Oh, for blue blind bear that drunk in the old dun cow caught fire. Port Rhine tub gave just few hard knocks, pushing off his pantaloons like wives' shoes and socks. I said, Brown, did you have that? You're right down there. Nine Club, that's a right beer. There was Brown, upside down, whipping up the whiskey on the floor. Booze, booze, the firemen cried as they came knocking at the door. Oh, let 'em in till we are shot up. Somebody shouted McIntyre. Got blue blind, paralytic drunk when the old dun cow caught fire. Gave way. They were all went over the fireman's hose up and going to stray. Since wet on sex. Totes really eyed. There was Brown upside down, out the whiskey on the floor. Booze, booze, the firemen cried as they came knocking at the door. Come in till it's all drunk up. Somebody shouted Meccan. Oh, got blue blind, paralytic drunk. Dun cow caught fire. I knew you would key in on that one. I knew you would key in on that one. I like the fact that you and I have very, very, very similar music tastes there, Johnny. I think you and I would get along famously filking. I think that would be a fantastic, or karaoke, a fantastic night. Filking or karaoke, one of the two. Problem being delayed is in chat. No, 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 no. I got what you said. I got what you did. It's all right. I knew. I knew. Yeah, karaoke. That'd be. I think you and I would just get along famously during karaoke. Oh my lord. Memories of Friday, Saturday nights on the old Dublin pub in Montreal where Brendan Nolan used to play live at. The crowd bellowed back the audience participation lines. The Wild Rover, the crowd would scream right up your kilt. almost there. Getting this side done, and then we need to get the other side done, and then we're at least done with the gray. Stretch. I would have loved to work a little bit more on the chim- chimera, but I just didn't want to do anything major and have it be all for naught. Because that would have really pissed me off. All right, I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna I'm gonna well, let me finish this because there's just a spit left. So I'm gonna take care of this. Go to the bathroom, and then before we end the stream, I owe 20 push-ups. So ironically, you're slaying the gray by making it more gray. Well, because like that's what I'm kind of working with right now. Hold on, let me just actually make it. Just put it right here. So that's kind of what I'm working with right now. I know it's messy, but it will be cleaned up. And then there's that. Again, I know it's messy, but I will clean it up. And then there's this side. Um, but it's a different color gray. It's not the sprue gray. But I think you can see the vision. So I'm going to have the concrete, right, in gray. Still don't know what I'm going to do about the door. So that's still a thing. I'm going to have the sandbags obviously green or beige color, right? This I want to do maybe like in a red, like a red canister. Um, and then do all that. Do the gold grouting, which is going to take me a little bit to do, right? And then I don't know what I want to do with to the underside because there is an underside to this to the tiles. I don't know what I'm going to do with those. I have no idea. Uh, if there's an idea, maybe if someone has an idea, let me know. But anyway, we'll end this stream like I started. push-ups, 20 of them, and then I'll chat a little bit, and then we'll end the stream. All right. Oh, just got to make sure I'm actually in the frame. Can't really count it if you don't see me actually do them. All right, cool. All right, 20. Let's do it. Oh, I will say, as aggressive as I have been, I do feel like I don't know if I'm like there, but I feel like I have made some progress. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm a little bit more active, and I live for another 5, 6 years when I'm old and gray, and I'm a little bit more mobile when I'm hunched over and curmudgeony. All right, let's do this. That's a really fun little touch. Kind of love the gunner's nest. Oh yeah, I. So when I built it, hold on, let me. When I built it, this was all. Okay. When I built this, I didn't like how, because originally, well, here I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. So it's supposed to look. That just hurts to watch. Hold on, because there's a method to my madness, and I need to show you what I mean. So this is the actual terrain piece right here. This bit. All right. I don't mind blown up buildings in my 40K games. But when I first started making terrain or buying a bunch of terrain, right? Buying a bunch of terrain, what uh, what kind of irritated me was there wasn't, it was always half of a building. There wasn't like a whole building or a bunker style, like hardened facility, hardened ruin that you could have a squad hunker down in, shoot out of, and just use it like tactically. So my thinking at the time when I built this particular building was I want to actually have this as one solid terrain piece where infantry can get into the building, shoot out of the building, and take cover when cover, was more of a thing, and not like, and actually, be a menace, you know, and all that stuff. Also, props for the original city fight terrain. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I've got, so that's so I wanted there to be like a story about the terrain pieces.
Because not every building in 40K is abandoned, right? Crap, I just got a bunch of gray on my elbow. When you're talking about, just want to make sure that, okay, good, cool. When you're talking about an actual city fight, even if you blow a building completely to rubble, it's still very much in use. It's still a tactical. It still can be presented as a hardened facility. Um, a little bit more of a modern take. The war of Ukraine is a perfect example of that, where you had where you have people going house to house, crater to crater, inch by inch, fighting. And so I designed this particular piece. It's two halves, right? It should be one, right? But I designed this particular piece to be, you know, the same. Honestly, I think you gave the terrain a lot of character. Yeah, my only regret is I made a boo boo. I did. My only regret with this terrain is I did this side, which is the underside of this. And so the underside of this is this, and the underside of this is this. So I think what I'm going to do is that if I have enough bits, I might design two more of these, so that the way they kind of mirror each other a little bit. But even as a standalone piece, right? I I think I prefer buildings. I prefer terrain. Particularly, Games Workshop needs to get back on this. Terrain to have an actual like set piece, not just static, but looks like it been lived in. You know, um, and they used to do that, or at least originally they used to do that. Now they don't. Now it's just set pieces, which is fine, I guess, but still. Um, uh, so they used to do that, where the terrain looked lived in, and if you had put it together right, it looked like someone could actually be sitting and defending and living and protecting this area, right? Like that's what it should be, you know. Um, to further accentuate my point, right? Here, I'll just do these two real quick. Like the table should be alive when you're putting your models down on the table, on the battlefield, right. When the table, it really should, it really should make you feel like in my opinion, it should make you feel like you're actually fighting for an objective. In my opinion, so be kind of like that, right? Like that's what it should look like, right? It should look like there's people defending this. GW's paintball field layouts, as the last couple editions have been really uninspiring. I understand why they do it. It's all very tournament headed,
but it makes things identical. And so far, thus far for both sides, and but they're not fun. Yeah, no, I mean that's you nailed it right on the head. Um, you knocked it out of the park and nailed it right on the head there, Johnny. It's because it's designed for tournaments. It's designed for tournaments. Games Workshop is the terrain is being catered to the way that Games Workshop sets up their battles, the way that Games Workshop sets up their campaigns, the way that Games Workshop sets up their um, how you play the game is specifically for um, tournament level play. Even quote unquote matched play or crusade play um, still falls under the tournament style rules for terrain. And I really think that that is a a great disservice for um, for players because terrain. I consider terrain to be the third, quote unquote, the third army, where it neither benefits nor hinders both players, but can be equally as fun and as dangerous and as interesting and as eye catching as the armies that are going up against each other. Um, um, and I think Games Workshop needs to get back to that. I really do. I think they need to get back to the third army, you know, hostile slash not neutral to either player. Um, and they could do it in tournaments, and it'd be fun, and it'd be chaotic, and it'd be crazy. But yeah. Anyway, but yeah, that's gonna be it for me, folks. I am going to call it tonight, um, because I got to go pick up my kids, and I hope everyone has enjoyed this episode and whatnot. I know it was supposed to be a supporter painting session, but I am waiting for the person that I'm painting this for, the chimera for, to actually reply back before we proceed any further, because I really do not want to waste um, time and effort. Now you see made to order overpriced kits. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I actually still have the Imperial Sector box. I have one giant Imperial Sector box that I have yet to crack open. But um, but anyway, I hope everyone enjoys this particular episode. Like I said, I know this was supposed to be a supporters what's it called, a supporters me painting for supporters and whatnot, but unfortunately that is not the case. Um, I'm waiting for that supporter to tell me if they want whichever color they wanted, and how to proceed, how best to proceed, because I really do not want to waste time or ruin their stuff. But anyway, thank you all for watching. My name is Commissar Hecht. I will see you guys in the next episode. No filming tonight. Might do something Sunday night as a community night, but nothing else. And like I said, I hope you guys have a lovely evening. Um, Thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye bye.